Gonna get going on building Magatsuki here. She's like probably my favorite frame arms girl, if I'm being completely honest, so I'm pretty excited to get this together here. So I think the first bit here is mainly going to focus on this sprue, so I'm going to try to just give myself as much space as I can here. Because like I said, there's just a lot of sprue hanging around. These I might actually... Yeah, I've got the box this all came in on the floor, and honestly just moving all of those sprues to that box will at least tell me where one color will be. So, a little more of a sane setup. Here, let me just get those out of the way. I tend to really use my glass file more, so first things first. We've got to make these joining pieces for the long twin tails. That's A4, A8, A2, 4, 8, 2. Okay. So yeah, just gonna start it off nice and easy. And yeah, my plan is to just genuinely sit and build until I just can't build any longer for whatever reason. This kit came in very recently, and I've just been so excited to start putting it all together. Magatsuki's design is just so cool. Like, I really like the more Eastern-styled frame arm girls, like Magatsuki and what's her name? Aylex as well. And yeah, my frame arm girl taste is really interesting because those two are pretty high on my list. And then I also really like Durga, which has more of like an Eastern vibe. Like, she's very Ojo-sama. Yeah, a lot of the base girls I'm not as big of a fan of, but I mean, honestly, they're all kind of great in their own way because they are almost more mecha looking than my favorites. Like, I like me a good Musume, but I also really like mecha too, so just try to get the best of both worlds, really. Okay, so get this a little closer. Since this is a bigger model, I want to just make sure that I'm being more careful with my sprues. Or my little nubs at the very least. Because especially when something is so much larger, you're always a little more concerned about what'll show. So yeah, a lot of this is so early on, and like this particular portion of the model is pretty insubstantial, but I find that the littlest details can stand out like a sore thumb if you get a little haphazard with it. Okay. So this should clean up pretty nice too. I was able to get down to the actual body of the plastic pretty well. And I could even argue that I don't necessarily need to be too detail-oriented yet, but I think a lot of care from start to finish will just definitely lead to the best Magatsuki I can put together. So yeah, even if this filing is a little pointless, nothing is pointless if it matters to you. and it absolutely matters to me. Plus, in the lore with these models, if you're even partly careless, you know, cut something maybe a little too close or too far, or leave some rough edges, like, it actually affects the performance of the frame arms girls. I've only seen, like, I want to say half of the season of the anime, but I thought it was cute. Just a little much at times. Lots of suspension of disbelief. And just general, like, kind of letting things happen. It's just a very silly show. Okay, yeah, that cleaned up pretty well, so I think we can just get it all together. It's snug, but it's not like too tight. That's always a good sign. Especially with a lot of these Kotobukiya kits, sometimes they just stick so hard, and I mean, that can really lead to breaking. I just need to find a better method for myself personally on sanding those down a bit, because I've done that with other model kits from them, and I'd rather have stiff than falling apart because I oversanded. Yeah, honestly, the kit that I did it to was one that I did seam removals for, and well, that was a wonderful learning experience, and I thought it came out really well. It also just kind of degraded the quality of the kit in the way I did it, unfortunately. Well, that's the beauty with a lot of this plastic modeling stuff. Like, as long as you approach it as a learning opportunity and just try to do your best, I mean, you really get what you put into it. You can have the most beautiful models made from just the plastic it was molded in, and you can have something that's just right for you. And that's really all that matters, is that sense of accomplishment you get when it's all put together exactly as you like it. That feeling is hard to pass up. And hard to find elsewhere, too. Okay, so getting pretty clean on the nubs here. Just this last one right here. Now, just gonna clean that up a little bit more. Yeah, the actual likelihood of most of this set of pieces here being seen from like a magnifying glass is very low, but just want everything to look nice. Let's see, yeah, I never got that edge of the incoming twin tail. And actually, let's take a look at this one too. Yeah, let's get both sides. Okay. So now just refining these sides a little bit more. You know, what's really nice about having a sharp nipper is that you can get really close if you really want to, without having to process it too much after the fact. But, it's kind of a double-edged sword in its own right, too, because if you screw up, it's a pretty bad screw-up. It was a real trip trying to figure out exactly what I wanted to build tonight, though, because that Azra Ninja Aoi that I've been doing, I did complete it off stream. I mean, I started it off stream, completing it off stream. I'm mainly doing a lot of testing of the stream setup. But then I looked at my backlog, and I mean, honestly, I had decision paralysis. I've got so many excellent kits I want to build, and I want to build them all, like, immediately. I've got a lot of the Arcanadia line just ready to go. I've got, let's see, a couple Frame Arms Girls kits. Like, this Magatsuki's pretty new, but I've been sitting on, like, a Snow Miku I bought around the time it was initially, in production. And I also have a Phantasy Star Online 2 Gene. And also today, the Shingen model just came in too. I'm really excited about that one. So, I mean, Frame Arms Girl alone definitely have a lot to look forward to. And my Megami device kits have been growing substantially. It's great, but it also kind of sucks, because I've got a lot of Punimafu just sitting. I have a Buster Doll Knight. I have the Azra Ninetales and the Matsuri form. The chassis kits. I've got so many. And I also today just got in 2 of the Desire Maidens too, so it's almost daunting. But at the same time, I'm super excited because they're all excellent, excellent kits. So A1 is where I'm at now. Let's just go ahead, and that feels a little too thick for this. I need to dig a little bit here. Here we go. Yeah, as soon as I felt how hard that was, that's really not what the lightning nippers were made for. So let's just get something a little thicker to initially break this away. And then we can look at using these. Yeah, I like the SPN 120s. These are very thin, very delicate blades. So anything to spare it from potentially folding in on itself is a good deal. Yeah, the last thing I want to do is beat down another set of God Hand Nippers. My SPN 120s, they took a spill down a flight of stairs. And that knocked the pin out of it. I can still technically use it, and I found like this cool spring that'll just like keep it retained appropriately. But at the same time, it's a bit of a chore to use, so I've kind of done a little bit of a shootout amongst a bunch of different nippers before getting these lightning nippers. Because surely God Hand's not just like the only option, right? And really, out of the ones that I tested, I was really fond of the USA Gundam Store nippers. Those are solid. Like, there's a very minimal difference in my eyes between the God Hands and the USA Gundam Store branded nippers. And like, Display is decent, Steady's decent. They're not nearly as sharp, but they're also a lot thicker, so that's kind of the trade-off you're getting there. Durability over, you know, the finer capabilities there. Everything has its use, and I'm just thankful I have a lot of options to work with now moving forward. Yeah, I really want to even out where these nubs were. It's not that they necessarily stick out too bad, it's just one of those little irks in how they stick out as is. This one came out pretty well. Let me see if I can actually try to show that off. Yeah, there's like just a little bit of an outline of where the runner met the plastic. Overall, it's not bad. I'll take it. Especially if I do some like finer sanding down the road, like that'll easily buff even. Yeah, this is some really tough plastic though. It's a love-hate relationship with me for the quality of plastic that Kotobukiya uses, because I do find that it finishes a lot nicer than like the softer Bandai stuff. But at the same time, it doesn't make it any easier to process by any means. I feel like this one might actually need some extra coercion here. I'm stoked that God Hand sent these sponges for free with the nippers, because they're pretty nifty. They are a solid pack-in for sure. Unfortunately though, it's going to get replaced soon. I'm really excited for that product to come out. I think it's called the Neo Sander. I actually kind of spoiled myself and got a really expensive version of it. But it has like everything. Like it could maybe become like an all-in-one tool for me. We'll have to see. I'm not necessarily looking to have like my nippers replaced by it, but having the tool looks like it's excellent for sanding, and that's exactly what I want it for. That's still a really awkward little bump that I want to even out. Let's... There we go, I had to do some digging, but I have some steady little flexible pads. And they're pretty fine grit, but they should, I think, help with evening this out. Yeah, just gotta kind of work it. It's starting to even out. Need to kind of change the angle and the approach on it. It's still just... that's a little frustrating. Like, I can feel it kind of giving in to the sanding. At the same time, it is a royal pain in my rear. Let's see. Yeah, it's slowly giving up. I'll just keep working it. Yeah, despite 1,000 to 1,200 grit being quite fine for, like, removal work, it's doing it. I'm also using a lot of pressure. That's probably not a good thing, but sometimes you just gotta make things agree. And these are also a lot more pliable as far as, like, getting into just oddly shaped things, and that's hair for you, like, to a T. Let's see, so, yeah, I mean, it did lose a bit of its sheen just from me going at it as hard as I did, but that's what the rest of the line of these is for, is just kind of buffing it out and cleaning it up. Like, I don't think I'm gonna get it uniform with the rest of the hair, so that's something I'll have to really evaluate and clean up down the road here, I think, but yeah, overall, it's about as even as I'll want it and need it. And then let's see if the finest one here can kind of bring that natural plastic sheen out again. Actually, this might even be, like, cloth worthy. I absolutely am not buffing it with my shirt. You know, that got there actually pretty well. So, like, it's not as jarring of a transition. Like, it's still a little more dull than the rest of the plastic, but overall it's looking much better. And the actual nub mark here, like, let's see if I can get it to focus. Okay, yeah, so you can kind of see it, like, from where it was, especially being uneven with the plastic. That was quite the challenge for a moment there. And then these ones are so, like, close to being flush, I'm just gonna do the same thing. Hit it with these little strips. And boy howdy does that look horrendous initially. Like... yeah, it's all just the plastic dust. Probably a bit of finger schmutz too. Okay, yep, that's pretty even. Yeah, just using my finger to kind of collect up some of that dust. And then now, this last bit. I bet once I give it another quick shirt polish too, it'll be right as rain. Yeah, unfortunately this one has a little more whitening. It's a little hard to see, but it is there. And that's, yeah, evened out to the very plastic itself, so... yeah, just a little thing I'll need to touch up later, I think. But overall, processed hair. Okay, so now it's where they join first, pointing inwards. Yeah, it should go like that. And just do the same thing on this side, and yeah, that looks pretty good. As an initial start, I'll take it. Okay, so now A10. That's this piece right here. I bet you those stress marks are mainly an exercise in patience. Just kind of take it a little easier on cutting through the nubs here. So I'm just kind of not squeezing as hard, it's just a gradual pinch. This one here. Gradual pinch. That actually sliced a lot better. Okay, yeah, so this should round out pretty well. This file here. Yeah, it's not nearly as uneven of a surface as that back hair piece was. There's still just a little persistent little nub here. Yeah, my fingernail's still just narrowly catching on it. Okay, that one's pretty good. Yeah, this one's a little bigger, so I just gotta kind of work it a little more. Yeah, slow and steady, and intentional care. That's the name of the game here. I do not want to do my Magatsuki wrong here. He's too pretty to look janky and rushed. Let's see. Okay, that's pretty good. And then where's that last nub mark? I think it's towards right here. Yeah, I just need to kind of even out that edge. Here we go. Let me actually fetch my dusting brush too. I just want to make sure I'm not leaving a lot of persistent junk on these bigger pieces. Especially after all the filing. Filing and sanding is for beautification. Okay. So, A6 and 5 as well. You've got 5 right here. Yeah, and this could take, I mean, honestly, this could just be right off the runner and into the head here. But I mean, I'm just vibing anyway. May as well. relax and file away. I want this Magatsuki to be the best fighter on the face of the planet. Okay, that's about cleaned up. Yeah, there's just like a small divot there that I don't think I can do much about, unfortunately. And on this one... Okay, cool. The fingernail trick took care of that one. And same on this side. Now it's just a little rough. Reapplication of pressure can get rid of white marks? What? Okay, so yeah, there's still a little bit of white marking on that, but I'm not too upset. Because this right here, all it really does is go right here, in which attaches this piece right here. Yeah, that's coming together nicely. Let's see here. So now I need the back of her head. She has a little guard. So R12, D16. Let's see. I just want to see the color of these pieces here, because this could be kind of a pain. So it's that off red, and then I bet you it's like a gray piece under that. Hold on, just a moment. Gonna deny that, chat. Shoot. Should have just swatted them where they were. Oh well. You live for one more spam post, bot. Let's see here. So D16. Funnily enough, I was about to complain because like so much of this kit is this color, and I think unfortunately this is not it. That's so unfortunate. It looks very similar to this, but I think this is more of a shoulder thing. Let's see, that was Booba armor. I'll get there. Oh, these runners are crazy. There's so many of them. I'll show it on camera in a moment here so you can see the pain that I'm dealing with over here. Okay, so I found the D. And then there's also all of this. So much of this off-red. I love it. It's a great color. But I have to set this aside entirely so I have table space to work with. Let's see here. So I found D, now I need R. And that looks like this right here. I had a feeling it was like this brownish gray here. Yep, that's the piece right there. So let's just cut this away. And especially since this piece is hardly going to be in view, I'm just gonna leave it unprocessed here. And then D16. Yeah, shape-wise it looked just like this, so quick find there. So now, just getting after these nubs. I'll give these a light filing, I think. Just to even it all out. You know, the nipper's doing a darn good job if I have to double take on where they are. Yeah, there's no lack of presence, but they definitely don't jump out all that much. There we go, that's a much better way to attack this nub here. Took a bit to find the right way to get this lined up, but now that I'm here, it's erasing away like nothing. Beautiful. Okay. Now just these two light bumps. This is a pretty flat section, so these should come out pretty easy, pretty quick. There we go. So then this piece here should be opening upward, and this should also be facing upward. Rounded side on this direction here. And then you just slip it in. Here we go. You know, that's a pretty clean cut and attach there. Okay. So now, what are we looking at? What are we dealing with? Okay, so now it looks like the upper hair, maybe? These 7. This piece here, yeah. The upper side of the hair. And yeah, looking at the placement here, I think I'm gonna chance just cutting up against the piece. These are all very flat sides, and the plastic is not very thick. Oh yeah. Processing that away is going to be very easy. I'd argue with the flatness of where these nubs are. That's likely where, yeah, that's where that E6 piece is going to join. So I could completely forego the cleanup, but it's more just a personal decision. If I'm not processing each piece, can't say I put this kit together with every step being filled with love and intent on my part. There we go. And then, yeah, right at the bottom. Easy. I bet you this will actually fingernail buff. Oh yeah. Went away like it was never there. Your fingernails are truly your best tools, actually. Okay, so E, which was the first runner I looked at. I remember as much. Oh nice, here we are. Perfect. Okay, so E6, this piece. Let's see. Yeah, these should be pretty straight cuts too. I think I'll just take my chances with the close shaves off of the runner here. Yeah, just a little fingernail test. It will even tell you exactly what you're dealing with, and it's just a little bit of leftover plastic in each of these cuts. But they will go away like nothing. Okay, that's one side. Still just a little bit more. There we go, that's nice and even. And yeah, this is a bit of a rounded side. That's not too bad. Oh, it's just like a slightly uneven surface now. Still just a little bit. Yeah, if I'm able to give it more wider passes of the file, yeah, that definitely took care of that. So now, this piece marries with this piece, like... Oh, this is kind of awkward. Okay, I think I see what it wants, but it's a very awkward way to put the pieces together. Oh, there's little plastic on the side to slot into. Okay, so there is like two forms of locking here. Still very awkward. Let's see, can I kind of start one side and then start the other side? And then now, just need to like get this pushed in evenly here without being too forceful. Okay, yeah, it's starting to settle in. Here we go. What an awkward way to join these pieces here. Yeah, it's these sides here. They need to line up with a slit along the side there, and then the little protrusions from this piece need to nest into these little slots here. Not an easy joining to just pick up at a glance, for sure. But a lot of this now is just kind of slotting into place just fine here. Like this completes the entire back side of the head here. And then... oh no, I didn't think I'd have to bring this sprue onto the camera so soon. Alright, I think I'm just gonna have to tank this, and if anything happens, so be it. Because the face piece is right here. You also get a lot of other skin-colored pieces of Magatsuki's on this runner here. So let's just trim it out of this runner here quick. There we go. Safe for now. Once that becomes a featured piece of building here, that is going to be interesting. Okay, so yeah, if it's getting a little hard to see these, I apologize, because I'm actually getting closer myself to the actual cut and just bare eyeballing it. So I'm more concerned about the actual trim of the plastic itself than I am the camera shot. My apologies. Seems to be focusing a lot too, is it? If it's detrimental to any viewing pleasure, please let me know, and I'll try to do what I can to fix it. Okay, so I'm just being very gentle with my file here, mainly trying to follow the curvature of the ear to round out that nub point. You can get really close to cutting these well with just the raw nipper, but I find you can never get it truly perfect, for better and for worse. Especially when it comes to such natural shapes of the body. Like, I'd rather it not be perfect, or like I'm gouging into something. It does make processing the cut itself a bit of a pain, but at the same time, I mean, what is plastic modeling more than just a labor of love for what you're building? May as well go that extra mile. May as well just take your time and really pay attention to the details, because the quality of the end product is truly at your fingertips. And on top of that too, I mean, you can hand two people the exact same kit, and they'll always have, you know, just that slightly different vibe to them. Because everyone has their own approach. Everyone processes and finishes pieces differently. I mean, even just from plastic runner to assembly kits, like I find that they always have their own little vibe. And then you get into like customizing the models, painting, finishing, posing, kit bashing. I mean, there's so many different ways for something like this to turn up. And I was really considering doing my In Essentia kit today, but I think I'd like to have two Grande models built before I start using her base kit as like a modification base for just different looks, different feels. And plus I just love Magatsuki so much, so it was really an easy pick. Okay, so we have the base of the face there. It looks like we're going to assemble the bangs now. So that's A3, likely this piece here, yes. Yeah, this plastic is a lot softer when the place where the runner joins against the piece is much thinner. It was just those thick cuts on some of those earlier hair pieces that had me going a little cuckoo. Oh, this might be... Nope. Not a fingernail buffer, but pretty darn close. Yeah, especially once you're getting to like extremities of strands of hair and whatnot. It can be really tricky getting it close. Similarly to like any skin pieces and natural curvature of the body. Almost there. Yeah. Now I can't even feel any hard ridges with my fingernail tip. That's awesome. Okay, see. It's a little ridge of something about there. Yeah, that evened out really well, and now there's just a fingernail buffer right at the top. Perfect. So, this baseline, A11, A9, that's gonna finish up this runner already. That's awesome. It's nice to see runners just completely go away. So that was 11, this side, and then 9. Yeah, I'm being a little haphazard with these cuts, mainly because they're processing worthy. They're just a little too curvy. Okay, so dead runner, awesome. Where do I want to set this? Here. And then I'm almost willing to bet money that N is going to be this one here. Except it's B. Clearly B if I can get it. Yeah, there. There's one more hair-colored runner. Hair-colored-ish. Oh gosh. N? Is that what I'm looking for? N is going to be bright red, actually. I don't even need to look closer to know at this point. Yeah, because I've built the, well, really the base body for the Magatsuki Hoten. And, I mean, just knowing the differences between this kit and the other, like, that one's much more vibrant red. And this one has this, like, pale red, more maroon feature to it. And, but yeah, the features like the bow, I saw the bow was N, and I'm like, well, that explains everything. So, N3, N4, that's going to be these two pieces here. So 3 on this side. Right here. And for good measure, let's just get N6 out now, since that's coming up here. And that metal plate where the bow nests, I'll just grab that when I hit that step. Okay, so that's the most we're gonna see of N for a while. The rest of it's accents on, like, socks and arms kind of thing. Yeah, just a little bit of evening out of these cuts, and I think I'll be good to put it together. Yeah, I got pretty close on these ones too, but like, there's sides that are going to be sandwiched for the most part. Okay, that cleaned up well, just a little bit more on this one. Okay, now let's look at the hair. It's a light white mark here, and that's not coming out with my finger. I'm excited to show off the head when it's done. Because really, she's one of the more prettier frame arms girls in my eyes. A lot of it has to do with like color scheme, general design theme, and whatnot. But I don't know, her eyes are truly my favorite. They're just a lovely purple, and I think you all can see that. Yeah. I'll definitely bring the head up for a closer look once I've got it completed. Okay, that should be evened out. So then this... Oh, nice. Those are very thin pegs for joining the two, but I don't think there's ever a world where you'll see a lot of stress in this like section of the hair. And then now just do the same here. Yeah, that's just a bit too thick to be processed by fingernail. Okay, that was a pretty fruitful tag team there. I don't think there's going to be a way from... Well, actually, that's a really good angle. Let's just go with this for a moment. There we go. Yep, that cleaned up the cut quite nicely. And that one I'm not super concerned about. There's one more, yeah, right on the outside here. And that's just thick enough for a bit of attention. Yeah, pad of my thumb didn't feel anything, and fingernail didn't too. Perfect. All good. Feel free to lurk as much as you like, Garp. Like, genuinely, I'm just building, hanging out, and yapping. Happy to have company, and, yeah, just share this lovely hobby with people. So yeah, don't you worry about, feeling the need to pipe up or anything, if I'm your background and whatnot. I mean, it's an honor. Yeah, especially for like a really niche hobby. I feel like plastic model stuff is just cool beyond how it initially presents itself. It's like a lot of people mainly only know about the Gunpla side of it, and like the Gunpla side of it's really cool. I love mecha stuff. I will never act like I don't love that aspect of the hobby, but my personal shine is just working on these more like mecha musume, girl plo, whatever you want to call it, these kinds of kids, because there's a real unique beauty to them. And like, especially with these larger scale models, they really feel like dolls almost. Like, it's so cool. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna grab some visual aids, because I feel like the Grande scale is something that nobody truly really gets until they see it, like, side by side, so give me just a moment. So, the frame arms girls, they're all fairly uniform in their sizes. There's not ones that are particularly larger or ones that are particularly smaller. I mean, proportion-wise, there's definitely some variance, especially with another kit that I have coming, the Kagutsuchiko. But, like, for example, this is just a regular size frame arms girl. That's Ayatsuki. And then this is the Grande Gorai I made. Like, I can't even fit her in the frame unless, like, I zoom out or something. Like, this here definitely feels more like action figure small and, you know, just cute, small, and fun. But, like, this is where, like, genuinely, you're more in, like, almost doll territory. And, like, I love this form factor so much. The Grande scale is fantastic. And Magatsuki's also a great design, so, yeah. I'm truly living my best life tonight. So yeah, genuinely just enjoying playing with dolls. Okay, so yeah, I had this all lined up before, so this should just be pretty much like for like insertion based off of the instructions. Just need to make sure I'm getting it lined up right. Gosh, that is one thing I really like about Kotobukiya kits too, is that, like, they can be very stiff and prone to breaking at articulation points, but you know when it fits well too. Like, it's very rigid in its construction. Okay, so yeah, you know what? Let's just finish this first before doing much else. Oh, that bow's got a little bit of whitening. Let's fix that. Yo, the fingernail pass. There's just a slight unevenness to it. So I'm gonna buff that out quick. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, and, like, honestly, this whole build process, like, I treat it so meticulously, but that's also what makes it so relaxing and just fun and comfy. Like, I could genuinely sit and do this all night. No joke. And I may even try in some capacity, but, you know, that's tough to do when you've got the unk sleep schedule. Like, genuinely, I just cannot last long these days. In all fairness, though, I was up till, like, I want to say 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and that was awesome. That was the first time I've done that in a very long time. And then I woke up at like 7:30. Like, I don't get it. There's just something that switches inside of you that says, you're now on unk time. Enjoy. And that's just my life now. I'm on unk time. My body has decreed it. Alright. I feel like that was fitting as it should have. But it's just kind of scaring me a bit. Oh, wait, no. That is absolutely how it's supposed to fit right there. Perfect. And then that's gonna be like an off gray. What's the number? R? Or the number, the letter. Beautiful. Found it immediately. This piece right here. Let's see. These are straight cuts. Let's just get it down to the quick and smooth it out from there. Let's see. This is a little trickier to get to. Let's... Ooh, I don't think I even like... Oh, I have to hold this. Well, it's getting there. Just trying to buff that out a little bit. There's a small little protruding bit of plastic there. This is killing me. Okay, that's honestly about as flat as I'm willing to get it. And then... Yeah, these are straight shots right here, so it's just a matter of making sure it's lining up. Give it a little rub. Rub-a-dub-dub. Mint. Gosh, I've got so many banger kits that I'm like super stoked to work on. Magatsuki, honestly, is probably one of the more progressive designs to come out of like any plastic model kits in some time. Like, a lot of them are very, you know, lithe, thin, like, characters and designs. But the Magatsuki is actually, like, curvy in a really nice and respectable way, in my eyes. Like, you really don't get that frequently in a lot of these things. But, she's just a shining star of it. And honestly, like, she was ridiculously popular on the Japanese side of things. Like, I remember pretty much deciding I wanted her just from seeing, like, how much fun people were having with putting her together. And, you know, customizing her and whatnot, too. She's a beautiful model. I thought that to begin with, too, but I wasn't 100% certain on the design. And it was truly more just from, like, I want to see what it looks like when it's all put together. And yeah, I was sold after seeing her. She is a stunning kit. And then, I don't know what face I want to use. Like, the playful wink is really fun. I like that a lot, always. And this more like unamused, almost sad face is kind of funny. Like, I feel like this is what my face would look like if my body was not complete right now. And then the stock standard face, like, it's so good too. You know what? Let's just follow the vibe. I really like the idea of her just being like, are you done yet? Can you be done yet, please? I'm stuck here, just like this. Help a girl out. Alright. Oh, that actually came out way better than I thought it would. Like, these little tags almost that they have on the faces, they're kind of a pain in the butt to remove. Like, you can definitely get some pretty ugly white marks around the site of where it attaches. And it's not like you really ever see it though, too. So like, I get it. But still. No ugly edges. I want this to look perfect all the time. No matter the angle or make of the... or step in the making of process of this model. Alright, so almost ready for the full face reveal. Let's just, you know, do her makeup a little bit. Clean her up after an arduous hour of putting her together. But... ta-da! That's the Magatsuki face. She's so pretty. I love the purple eyes with the darker hair and like the red accents too. And like, it's not really showing on camera all that well, but it's more like a black blue hairstyle than it is just straight black. That's some color grading stuff I'll really need to play with more, I think, because I'm not accustomed to using like a mirrorless camera as a webcam. It could even be the capture card, who knows, but yeah, just all a part of the learning process. And that's kind of why I'm doing these now, because I'd rather get all of this stuff figured out live than, you know, constantly being in my head of, like, is this ready to be streamed? Am I ready to, you know, hit the go live button? It's like, what's stopping me? I'm here right now. I'm streaming. I've got a head. And really, it should stay pretty low pressure and just fun. Like, that's all there should be to streaming. Especially when I'm working on passion projects like this. If y'all paid my rent, maybe I'd feel a little different, but I'd never ask for that. Not even... I wouldn't be here if that was my only concern. I just want to make this more social, you know? Have some fun putting some plastic together. If any, whatever comes of it is just an exciting bonus to the journey of sharing this fun little passion of mine. So now we're getting the long twin tails put together. This, yeah, I'm glad I switched nippers. I could tell that these are gonna be a little harder and thicker cuts. Oh, the cuts are so satisfying. Like, hearing it on my side, they're just like nice pops. And I'm very curious of how it sounds on the other end. Because I know that these can sound like pretty vicious cracks, but yeah, they're satisfying on my end. Yeah, I'm working on mainly freeing these up first before doing any processing here, because these are finicky enough with their unwieldy size. This girl's got hair, I'm telling you. Oh gosh, that actually reminds me. So the Durga kit is getting a Grande scale kit soon, sometime this year. Her hair is very interesting. You know, and I've got a good visual aid for that too. Give me just a moment. So like, she's very similar to Magatsuki in the sense that she's got this like, oh gosh, just want to make sure it's all together. So yeah, she's very similar in the sense that she's got these like back twin tails. These are a little curvy though, so they're a little more fun. But then also, he's got like these drills in the front too. It's a little crazy. He's a little crazy in a fun way though. And actually, give me just a moment. I'm gonna be right back. Um, Honestly, I kind of want to get a little stretch in, drink a little something and all that. So, uh, yeah, I've got title just for that. So yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Let's see here. So now, just trimming up the hair. Oh, I didn't even see this side. Looks like some tentacle kind of stuff going on here. I know that's all to support the joining of the two pieces, but wow. I was not expecting that. I'm not even sure if, like, the, like, normal scale Magatsuki has that many supports. Shows that Kotobukiya really puts a lot of care into just making sure these all come together well and last. Okay, so yeah, a lot of these nubs are a little goofy, but they're mostly on flat pieces or sides, so it'll just be a matter of tacking them appropriately. This one, I can tell there's a bit of whitening. I'm gonna see if I can pre-fingernail buff it. I'm thinking I might just have to live with that. So it's starting to even out. Yeah, this is kind of an awkward nub spot. But it is filing. And fairly nicely too, might I add. Like, there's still some persistent plastic here. Okay, I think that's, well, no. Not settle worthy yet. Still enough plastic for my fingernail to get caught on it. And that's always kind of my litmus test for a lot of this filing, is it smooth enough to where I'm not catching on it? And yeah, that's smooth now. And it's not perfect, but like you see, there's just a little bit of a noticeable remainder of it, but overall, I mean, that's pretty darn good. Yeah, and this one is buffing out very nicely. There is a pretty stark white stress mark on it. But with a mixture of pressure and just filing down, like it's still not perfect, unfortunately. But there is also just a little more material I can file away at. Okay, I think I'm kind of bottoming out there, unfortunately now. So there's, yeah, definitely a small blemish. That's okay. Like, as meticulous as I'm being, and as much as I want it to be perfect, there's a certain solace that I think anyone can find in just accepting where these model kits end up. Like, there's always an opportunity to, you know, refinish, maybe try to correct with seam, or like sprue goo or something. There's so many different ways to clean something like that up. And overall, as long as it's pretty well taken care of, that's the thing I care about the most. Okay. So this is good. Now for the front end of it. Oh, I almost grabbed those nippers. They are not nearly as clean of a cut as this set. Oh, you almost got between the blades there, you little nub. Okay. This is going better than I expected. I think... Yep, we're on to filing. Oh, this is an awkward nub. It's kind of on a curve. Oh, not kind of, it definitely is. Let's see, where do you feel uneven? Right. Okay, even a little more ladder is still uneven. Yeah, there's still just a little bit more. Okay, now that's smooth. And then just a slight unevenness to it still. Yucky. Okay, that's pretty darn smooth now. That's a wicked placement for a nub there. This one's a little more straightforward. Still kind of in an awkward spot, honestly. Trying to decide if I want to hit this with the more flexible pads. Well, and it's actually evening out quite nicely the way I'm going at it. That's the interesting thing, is like, not everything is always going to be a smooth flat surface, but if you hit it just right, you can get it to kind of settle in. And if you're doing it right with this glass file too, you can do it with like minimal, minimal marring of the space around the nub. It definitely still leaves its mark in certain ways, but like it's far less noticeable than like a full-on sandpaper derived abrasive. And this one here I'm kind of swinging for the fences because it was a pretty wide cut. But it is smoothing itself out. Like I can feel it with each stroke of the file here. It's just a little awkward. But I'd betcha Still not perfect. I think this little adjustment I just made will get it there. Well, maybe not. Like, I may be hitting the edge of the piece more than the actual nub now. That's a little disconcerting. Yeah, I think I need to swap over here. There's just a little bit of nub still, but this should smooth that out just fine. Yeah, it looks like it's hitting it. Yeah, that's a really awkward spot too, unfortunately. Yeah, I think that's about as far as I'll be able to get it, so just finish going through the grits here in that spot. Then I'll take my shirt to it and then call it a day on it, because yeah, that's actually a pretty diabolical spot for a nub, unfortunately. Okay, so yeah, you can, I think, yeah, you can see just a slight degradation of that natural plastic sheen. But I mean, it's clean, and that's what I would prefer. You can always buff more and like try to restore that. But a nub will stay there until you remove it. Okay, that actually went away pretty quickly, and I think that that's actually good. So now oh gosh. There's so many points of contact for this hair that, like, it almost feels like you'll never truly know if it's fully joined or not. It's so cursed, but also, like, Kotobuki is doing their best. While still staying true to the design and just form and function of it all. All that creaking. I think it's there. And then this should go in here. Would you look at that? That's so cool. I think, yeah, just a minor adjustment to kind of line it up better with the piece it just joined to. Dang, that's cool. I've always liked this longer hair kind of thing going on with some of these plastic model kits. It's always tough because, like, structurally, this isn't a very strong piece, but it's worth it for the whole, like, different look altogether, I think. And then this one should be a pretty similar processing story here. Okay, I think yeah, everything's been trimmed, so Now just a little buff run. I think I actually got quite close to the actual plastic on these, so should be pretty minimal processing here. Not nearly as involved as that last piece was. Or last set of pieces, really. Yeah, hair this long is no joke when it comes to assembly. Okay, that's cleaned up. Slight unevenness on this piece here. Okay, that's good. Okay, that was an awkward nub spot, but that got cleaned up pretty nicely. And then I think that took care of that too. Okay. And then here, oh, this is gonna be one of those tough ones, I think. Maybe. Yeah, hitting these a couple times with the nippers helps too. Like, there is just a little bit more on the other side. And here. Darn it. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm not out of the woods for some filing on this piece, unfortunately. Yikes. You and your darn rounded edges. Okay. At least towards the thinner part of the hair, it's cleaning up nicely. I've got two pretty big cuts towards the bottom that are gonna need some tender love and care. This one right here is a big one. That's a very noticeable white spot. See, that evened out quite well. I get rid of that white spot though. Almost. Okay, that's... yeah, pretty darn close. This very tip right here too. Like, I think I almost need to just, like, round it out more, this filing. So yeah, the nub's placement was, like, pretty much at the tip of that strand. A little evil, a little mean, but yeah, I mean, that cleaned up alright. And now, yeah, if you start from the tip, that's kind of where the rest of it just falls in line. At least that's what it was last time. Ugh. There was a little more forcing putting those two together this time than I would have liked. But it does seem like it went together just fine. Sweet. Okay, so we just stick this in there. And then I bet you that lines up alright. Pretty well. Yeah. That's Magatsuki's head. Now... I1, I2. I bet you that's this see-through piece. Let's see. Nope, that's S. It's not gonna be featured for some time. I don't think I've used I yet. So, white. That was actually my logical conclusion, and then I spotted it off in the wings here. So, I1 and 2. Easy enough. And these cuts should be okay. I do like seeing me some white, because I feel like that's more of a cheater color of plastic. It's a lot less finicky to clean up than others. The stress marks just disappear into the natural color of the piece. But let's see here. A slight mark here. Yeah, it's about as even as it can be. And then... slight mark there too. Yeah, that's about as clean as that piece is gonna get. And then here... oh wow. This was a very clean cut. I'm mainly filing for integrity's sake here. Yeah, there's just like two very hard to notice nub marks. Yeah, I can hardly notice them now. Okay, so longer side on top. And oh, it looks like these are interchangeable. Shoot, I wish I would have paid more attention to that. Let's just do the simple dot for now. There we go. That's cool. Okay, so now we're in the more dangerous territory. Oh dear. Okay. J. I've got plenty of J right here. So J16. That's this piece. The camera's gonna get a lot of cheeks here for a bit, and there's not much I can do about that. Not until it's put together, at least. And then T and M. Let's see, M. Yeah, I had a feeling it was the other flesh-colored runner. There's not a lot of flesh-colored ones beyond, well, the obvious pieces. M4 here. Okay, it's those. T looks like it's going to be black. Ish. This is T, thankfully. And yeah, it doesn't really come off on the stream there too, but it's like a gray-black, not necessarily a flat black. So, T12, this piece. T6. This piece. Okay. Okay, 12, and then 6. Okay. So ideally, there won't be much to do to these darker pieces. Slight nub here. And then just some light filing on this side. Okay, that's ready. And this here. Pretty darn close. There's one nub that was kind of placed in an awkward spot on this piece. The rest of them are very rudimentary cleanups. I felt like there were 3 cuts on this. Oh yeah, right there. Okay. And then this is where things get fun. I would never be pleased with subpar cutting on skin parts. Okay. There was just one cut right here that needs a little cleaning up. Just a little... Okay, that's good. Perfect. And then this is going to be trapped on the inside of the torso, so I'm not nearly as concerned with the cuts on this. I just need to make sure what I'm cutting is meant to be cut. There we go. So these pieces come together like this. Oh dear. This is a very tight fit. Okay, there we go. It moves smoothly, so I'm not super concerned. The plastic's fairly soft too. And then this goes into this. Aha! It's a little notch. There we go. And then this comes together like this. I can actually fit them together. Awkward skill issue right here. There we go. It's in. We're in. We're golden. Easy peasy. And then the neck joint tends to bend back like this too. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what it's telling me to do right there. Okay, so now M has the shoulder cups. I bet it's these two, 3 and 7. Yeah, 3 and 7. These can be a little sloppier too, so just being conscious of those 2 cuts in particular. Then same story here, just clean, clean, clean. Well, okay. There's a small nub here. Unfortunate that there's just small nubs on the very small pieces of this piece that are actually going to be visible from the outside. Okay, that's pretty clean. And then there was one more cut. It looks like it's obfuscated by the inside. So yeah, similar work here, looks like. Looks like it undergated a little bit, kind of. Okay. So, wrong side. Yeah, so very small amount of actually visible once it's assembled. Basically, this is the inner workings of the armpit. Enjoy. And then T7. Wait a sec. I just want to study this quick. So that's probably going to be either, well, what does it look like? Yeah, this will be this like darker color still too. So, oh duh, it's right here. T7, perfect. Okay. Going for the over the glasses here. The nipper's narrowly reached from that side. And then, yeah, just a little bit of cleanup. Okay. And there was one more cut. Where were you? Aha, right here. That is one thing I really like about a lot of the, like, body-related pieces on these kits, is that, like, they tend to hide where sprue met piece quite well. Okay. And this should just trap all of this together. There we go. Modest beginnings right here. Okay, so H and C. H will absolutely be white from what I saw in the image. I'm kind of tossing through my sprues right now, my apologies. This looks like H. This is absolutely H. It's gonna be these two. Yeah, I need to come at it from this side too. Yeah, I find that cutting the sprues when they're upside down is like the most ergonomic in most situations. Because on the front end, they raise up quite a bit. Like if I hold it like this, you can kind of see. Makes it a little tricky at times. There we go. These are very important pieces too, so I need to be careful. And make sure that I'm putting this together correctly the first time here, because these do not come off well. My Ayatsuki that I showed earlier, I actually broke one of these front-facing clips on her. So like, I had to like glue it and like be really careful and just make sure that I'm gingerly pulling her apart and putting her back together when I need to. That's honestly why she's really only in her base form state too. I'll get back to her when I'm like really in the mood to wrap her up. Okay, that's pretty clean. So yeah, this is a really tricky piece because, like, there's 2 points where these, like, rod-ish parts here, flat rods, need to slide into, then big hole, small hole, and then this front piece also needs to just kind of fall in line. Like, there's so many points of attachment and reinforcement here, and you just need to hit them all just right. And when it's a much smaller kit, it is a lot scarier to do. Like, at this scale, this actually works very well for it. Yeah, look at that. That just came together nicely. Like, you're truly threading a needle when you're doing this on a regular scale frame arms girl. Okay, so now... yeah, there's going to be some minor processing on this side. Yep, that's looking pretty clean. Yeah, pretty clean everywhere it matters. That's good. Oh, that's where one of the spots is. Yeah, I hardly even noticed it on this one too. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, just making sure everything's lining up. And then... beauty, would you look at that. Now for the chest piece. I don't even need to look at this to know it's C. As I say that, I look in the top right. F. Let's try that again. I see the problem. This was sitting in front of it, and I thought it was a part of that runner. I pulled up, and I was like, lo and behold, you are not the B I was looking for, or the C, excuse me. Okay, so since this is a more prominent piece, let's take our time with it. And I think I felt that it was a little tough, so I'm just gonna take these basic nippers at it for now. Okay. So... these are the cuts you really don't want to mess up. Like, not even trying to be, like, perverted or inappropriate, it's just a very prominent piece of her armor. Like, in all reality. And that all... yeah, that came out pretty well. To clean it up a little bit. Part of me almost wants to even immediately go after the seam line on this too, because there's like definitely a seam line here. And I'd wager there's, yeah, a very similar one on this side too. But I also don't want to sit and sand and file more than I need to right now. Yeah, that can always be a later refinement kind of thing. Definitely want to make as much progress as I can before calling it quits for the night. Of which I don't have any immediate plan to. But still, like, ideally, I get her base body done at the very least tonight. That can always change depending on how I'm feeling, but I still have plenty of gas, especially for the time. Just a little more. At least even out the seam line where that nub was. Okay. Now... yeah, these like chest sections are always a little tricky. Because it really has to fit in just right on 3 very small points of contact shared between 3 separate pieces. This is not one joining you want to force. Let's see. Yeah, it's these white sections that are just a little bit out of place. Okay, I think that got it. Yep. Perfect. That is awesome. So now, let's see, D. I know I worked with D before. Let's see. Well, let me just gather pieces as we go here, because this right here is like the very bottom of the back. It's a really awkward nub there. It's like on the very edge of the plastic piece. It's not even... I guess it's a little hard to see if I don't have it on camera. But yeah, it's like it was just running right along this very edge. Okay. So this goes here. Is that the right direction? Yeah, it is. Then D18. Back to my earlier woe. Where are you, D? Wait. I think I know where it is. Yep. It was one of my box runners. So D18 likely here. Yep, that's exactly it. Okay. This here. Alright. We're free. We're free. And also complete with some pretty ugly nubs. No. Okay, that cleaned up pretty well. Oh, there's just a small one on the back. Then we're gonna have an equally ugly one on the other side still. Yeah, there we go. That's about as clean as we're gonna get it, I think. And, this is kind of an awkward little piece, because, like, it almost looks like it should have a spot to nestle back here. But I think it's dependent on the last piece, the neck, being where it needs to be. It's J18. Cover your eyes if you don't want to see bare booty. You know, it is pretty close to being bare, goodness gracious. I am not gonna give you a close-up look on how close we're talking here, because that might actually be TOS. It's plastic, it's plastic. It's art. Yeah, just some light cleanup here, because this cut out pretty nicely. Would you look at that? Let's... Yeah, that's the last piece needed to join these two. So yeah, she's starting to come together. The collar is going to be looking funny, I think, for quite a while. It just doesn't look like it's ever going to sit flat. Which is fine. I mean, it's better that it allows for more range of motion than restricting. But yeah, it'll just always kind of look a little silly. But yeah, she's coming together quite nicely. So now, okay, I think I finally can get my hands on those cheeks. And just try to get them out of the way and call it good. So... M8 and a bunch of J. That's right here. Yeah, the lower body is always a fun journey, honestly. Like, I appreciate the detail as much as I'm kind of groaning about it. Let's see, 2 and 3. Let's see, I should be snipping this in tandem here. Okay, 2 and 3 and 9. Right here. Yeah, and a lot of these are internal pieces, if I'm looking correctly. Yeah, I'm not going to be too concerned about trimming these up. So, 9. This is J3. And this needs to actually get all the way on there. There we go. A2 to close that off. I had that lined up awkwardly from the beginning. There was no way that that was gonna fit with more forcing. Okay, and then now M8. Open side facing inward, like so. Come on, buddy. Get on there. Get in there. Like, it's very soft plastic. It's just very tough to fit. For better and for worse, to be clear. It's just all for stability and security's sake. If only you would just go on all the way. Holy. This piece is so mean. There we go. Oh, I've never been more satisfied to hear a part fall in line. Yeah, that's on there. And like, yeah, it's stiff, but like soft enough to where that won't cause issues. Goodness gracious. Kotobukiya kits, you sure know how to party. Okay, M2, M1. Ooh, that was a rather crunchy cut there. Yeah, these parts are all for lower body resiliency. It's very important to treat them with care, but also just make them darn near bulletproof. And now I'm freeing up her balls. And then the rest of this should just come together. Yeah, I've done this enough on so many different Frame Arm Girls kits that like I know exactly where this is leading up to. The scale doesn't change the process all that much. Same can be said about most of this build, honestly. But The Magatsuki Houghton was different enough already up to this point to where I'm more reacting than I am necessarily trying to predict every little thing. Alright, that should be on all the way now, yep. And then here, just a little more. There we go. So now... belly! J4, yep. And I am absolutely gonna be very gingerly about this. It's a very prominent feature of the body here. And I would hate to do anything to mess that up. And honestly, the tummy details on these figures, I really appreciate them. Like, there's a visual softness to it. And like, even when you look closely, like, you can kind of see like a little bit of definition between the top and bottom half. But it's more shapely in nature. Like, it's really cool. You can tell someone on the design team really liked tummies. And goodness gracious, I was saying that all of that as earnestly as possible. Okay, so yeah, just a couple small nubs. Yeah, the way I got those trimmed, there's hardly a nub to worry about, but there's always that slight discoloration where the nub was, and that's mainly what I'm going after right now. This is a sacred piece of Magatsuki. I am not going to blow it. Okay. So this just slots in here. Perfect. And then these will do the same thing on the lower half. These are a lot less refined. Unfortunately, I might need to just push it up. Yeah, let's just have it there for now. That's like the safe zone. Then H and J. Obviously, I know what that J piece is. I'm actually gonna cut it off with the camera here. Like, call me paranoid, but I feel like this is the most appropriate way to handle it. I'll give a good look at it when it's all together, but like... Boy, howdy. Like, my cheeks are a little warm. Just... I totally forgot that Magatsuki's base body is very, cheeky. Durga's gonna be the same way too, so that's gonna be fun to put together on stream as well. Like, I'm absolutely getting the Durga kit when it drops. Like, genuinely, she's, like, the favorite frame arms girl for me. Magatsuki and, Ayatsuki in a very close second. Oh, these nubs are stubborn. That's not fun. I think it's starting to even out. Not really fighting with the curvature of the side much at this point. Yeah, there's just a little bit of nubbage. Okay, that's pretty darn clean. And now this side. This is a very awkward angle for me personally. Like, I'd much rather flip her over and file in the opposite direction. But like, you know what, screw it. This is an artistic endeavor. Yeah, this is giving me much better control over that specific spot already. Like, I'm really close to having that evened out. Okay. Let's see. H. That should be white. If I'm recalling correctly here. Yep. 6 and 8. These two. Okay, and that one was 6. Shoot, I totally forgot which ones were where. Yeah, I should be able to just place them this way anyway. Let's see, any... Yeah, no real nub marks to be concerned about. That fits in nicely. hopefully this one's same story. Yeah, very clean. Awesome. So, I'm gonna put it together like this first, but I'll give you the full look in a moment here. Ooh, that's always a nervous one to put together, just because there's so many bits and pieces to the lower body that if it just fits together even slightly incorrectly, it's dangerous for the health of it. So I'm gonna finish putting the rest of it together before I completely show it, because this just feels a little too indecent still. H1110, these two. Alright, Magatsuki, you're slowly gonna be more decent soon. Like, a lot of these Musume kits are absolutely designed to look sexy. I'm not going to act like that's not the case. But it's always more than that for me. So that's why I'm always that's why I'm just like a little touchy on like trying to keep her looking decent and whatnot, because like these are absolutely, to me, more doll-like, and like there's a lot of personal investment in just making them look great to me, more than like the low-hanging fruit of wow, so hot, ahaha. Like, my stakes are so much higher than that. Okay, that's a pretty clean piece. It's mainly just this cut right here that has a little remainder. Like, after that cursory look at that first piece, I was like, where the heck did I cut it elsewhere? I can't even find it right now. Maybe on this piece it'll be a little more clear. Okay, I think I felt it with my fingertip, but it's very clean. I'm not concerned. Okay, so I really lucked out. Oh wait, no, I see. I don't want to sand it or file it while it's on the body. Oh, I blew that shit off smooth. Let's see. One more little adjustment. Beautiful. Yep. Okay. There's that. And this. And then H still, yes. 13. Where are you? Right here. Okay, that came off quite well. Yeah, I think that that's about as evened out as I'll get it. Okay, nice. That cleaned up so well. Okay. And like, even at like the base body level, this is the stuff that's so cool to me. Like, it just has little bits and pieces that are very mecha inspired. Like where the trunk of like the lower body meets the upper body. Like, this didn't need to be armored like this. This could have been just straight skin. But like, I mean, you'll see here, like, it just marries with the upper body so well once I actually get it attached. There we go. Like, look at that. Like, just the way it's all coming together. Like, that's so cool. I love, like, even at like the lowest level of armory, of just features, like there's always still like bits and pieces of mecha to it, and it's just so cool to me. So now let's finish up making her somewhat modest. There's a lot of pieces to her lower body that still need to go on here before I actually try to show it off more. But it'll be worth the wait, I promise. Okay. That's one piece, which is real. Another piece there. Okay. Lots of tea pieces now. T16. Yep, that looked about what I would expect it to have looked. Okay, and then 10, 15, 5. That's gonna be all of these small pieces right here, perfect. One small piece is free. So like oddly delicate almost. Just with how small they are. Oops. And then this is the last darker piece, and then H12. Yeah, I'm definitely going to assemble the rest of her lower body off of the camera here. But well, it'll be all one piece as soon as I'm done here, so I just need to free up this last piece, do a little bit of cleanup, and then put it all together. Let's see. Thank goodness these are all flat sides on this piece. Okay. These little devils. Being such small, detailed pieces, they're also the most awkwardly shaped. Oh gosh. Taking such a big brush to a small piece, I just feel like I'm beating the heck out of it. Yeah, that's probably good. Yep. Sides that needed to be refined are nice and smooth now. Oh gosh, I'm filing such... like, these are smaller than some of the pieces you get on the half-scale kits. I'm not complaining by any means, because I'm sure this is going to look really cool when everything's said and done. But holy cow. So small. Okay. Oh. That's a heck of a place to get a nub mark. I will absolutely do my darndest to smooth out that coochie nub. Okay, that's about as clean as that piece is gonna get. And then Okay. The processing on this is gonna be easy. I just need to do it. Thank goodness. Okay, that's all clean. This is darn near clean as is, but I'm still gonna hit it a little bit. And then... oh, thank heavens for no Coochie Nub Part 2 over here. Unless... yeah, I spoke too soon, it's on the outer side. I cut it very close. I didn't get rid of it completely. Oh, it feels so cursed saying Coochie Nub. But there's no better way to describe it either. And then this one. Insane work that it's on both sides on the outside. Insane work. Got me doing safer work. No, I'm not even gonna say that. That's just... no. Not gonna go there. Okay. So how does this want to go together? This is the easy part. And this just slots in. Like so. And then continuing to keep her lower body off screen. Doing a little bit of this feels inappropriate to even be assembling if I'm being honest. A little bit of this right there. And this right here. And push this piece into place. Where's she going in? Very finicky bits of plastic right now. Pain in my rear. And hers too, if I'm being honest. I don't want to force it, but I know it's not in all the way. You know, let's try it with this piece instead. Just for a moment, switch it up. I think it's about the angle I'm going at about it. Let's see. Oh, this is crazy work. I have loved everything about this build effort up until this point. Why is this so complicated? Oh my goodness. Okay. Ain't no way. What is going on here? Do I just need to force it? I hate that this is the conversation I'm having with myself while doing what I'm doing. That is not good. Oh, come on, just fit. I need to shut the hell up right now. I'm gonna bring her back onto the stream after all of this. And it's gonna be very incriminating when it comes to the words I've been using, despite nothing but earnest use. Oh, I just gotta get forceful with it. Okay. I hate that I said that too just now. Like, I wish I could say I was doing it for the bit, but this is such a pain in the ass. Like, these are absolutely complaints and frustrations. But it's all going to be a little silly once everything's said and done here. I got one side in, now I just need to get the other. Why do you want to go in? It's gotta be something to do with the angle I'm pushing at or something. No clearance issues. Hell. This is actually crazy. It might actually be clearance issues, now that I'm getting a better feel of this. Just gotta make it a little smaller, and it should fit. That's effectively the problem and the solution right now. Okay. That done. This should just go on smooth. Ain't no way you're still being stubborn. Holy. There should absolutely not be any clearance issues anymore. Well, actually, gosh darn it. This is insane. Nothing about this is... This is actively driving me nuts. This was absolutely such a fantastic build up until this very moment. Come on. This is not something I should be doing with a knife. But I feel like genuinely there's no other way right now. It's just like a slight misalignment. It's so crazy. No way. It finally went in. Okay, I just need to straighten her out quick, and then we can have a little tour of upper body complete Magatsuki. Well, torso complete Magatsuki. Straightening out some of her features. Okay. Whew. This is Magatsuki with her torso. It's a great design. I like it a lot. And so, the thing that was causing me so much grief just now, let me turn her around. So, it's not necessarily appropriate still, but these two pieces right here were impossible to fit just right. I was struggling so hard to get that all put together. It was driving me absolutely insane. Oh, man. Least I can take it out on this bot. One of the rare times I'm actually appreciating Automod being around. Filters them for me. But yeah, so let's take a closer look, I guess. I want to like really try to capture some things about her that I'm really enjoying so far, and some things that are a little unfortunate. First bit of unfortunate, if I can get it to focus. So yeah, that's one stress mark that's really showing up well beyond its means. Like, my fingers do not catch on that at all. It's just there, so that's unfortunate. But like, beyond that, I don't think I have any like complaints really. Like, the face is really cute. Of course, the upper body and lower body coming together is pretty awesome. And honestly, like, just the mecha details, even at the base body itself, very cool. Like, even the back end being a little extra, like, still just very cool. Yeah, I'm really digging where she's at right now, and yeah, I think I can keep going still, honestly. Like, I really just want to keep working on this. But I do want to take a moment just to kind of chill. I accidentally cut this off a little early, looks like. I thought it'd be related to the front end, and honestly it probably still is, it's just probably for her more mechified form, would be my guess. So that I should just, like, store safely in her box for now. Because we still have just the base body to work on. But yeah, I'm just getting a good old hydrate in. Love my good old gamer subs. That focus is actually still kind of bugging me. Because the other version it was on should have been fine in its own right. Just gonna switch back to that quick. Let's get it in focus. Yeah, that should be controlled by the shutter now. If I bring my hand up. Yeah, that's exactly what I would expect and how I want it to work, so. Yeah, I'm not sure why it was focusing all weird earlier. Yeah, I've been at it for quite some time here. It's nice to just see all this progress from what was nothing before. And that's the beauty of plastic models in general, if I'm being honest. Just creating with your hands. These hands right here, put this together. What I really like is that her hair is actually laying flat against her quite nicely. Like, I've never had longer hair like that actually do that this well, so that's nice. And it's actually a good bit of learning for everything I've done up until this point. Oh, it feels nice to just relax for a moment. Not that this isn't relaxing in its own right, it's just keeping me busy enough to where taking a breather is very nice and appreciated. See, and I want her body to kind of sit middle of her hair right now. I can just set her like that. We'll keep her dead on for now, though. actually need to flip the page. Okay, so looks like her arms are next, as I would expect. Still just kind of stretching out and relaxing. You know what I should do? Just while I'm kind of procrastinating on continuing, let's get the rest of her faces ready to go. Oops. These tags are so annoying too, because if I this in focus here, you'll see it like hangs over the back just a little bit. So like it does require some extra processing. Let's just give it a good cut here. Uh-oh. I shaved a bit off the top. It's fine though. It sands down just like any other bit. But yeah, you'll actually see on this one that there is just a small amount of overhang that needs to get cleaned up. I think my only complaint with the Grande kit series is that they don't give you any face blanks or really any water slides to design your own faces. Not that that is really a requirement either, like that's very kind of Kotobukiya to provide on every other kit in some capacity. But just that extra bit of customization would be really fun to work with. Okay, so that one's good. And then this one's gonna need a little more work since I trimmed a bit off the top. There we go. Now there's just a little nick, but that gets covered up by the hair pieces, so not super concerned. Those can just go there again. And you know, as much as I do really want to continue, I'm also like kind of starting to feel tired too, unfortunately. It's been a fairly long day. So I think what I'm gonna do is, yeah, let's just call stream at that. There's always tomorrow to keep going. There's always another day. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for checking me out, streaming this model kit building stuff. And I'll be around again soon. Thanks for stopping by. Bye. Alright. I think I'm almost done settling in here. Okay, so let's just get going these arms. Magatsuki's here is going quite well. We've got her core done for the most part here. And now we're on to branching off from that. So the first things first, just freeing up all of the pieces needed for that shoulder. We'll give those a nice clean up in a moment here. Yeah, I started quite late for what I wanted to do yesterday. Like, I was honestly hoping to go, like, full bore, get at least the base body of the kit done all in one sitting, but, just kinda had some stuff going on that kept prolonging the start time, and it's all good though. Now I'm here. Yeah, so now that we've got, like, the core of her body taken care of, a lot of this is just going to be kind of branching off from that fairly quickly, fairly nicely. Yeah, it really is amazing just how quickly a lot of this comes together too, like starting with the head and then the upper body, lower body. Yeah, all just came together quite nicely. Okay, so, yep, got both of these trimmed up now. Just gotta clean it up a little bit. I definitely left a little more up top here than I normally would have wanted to, but I mean, that's what this glass file is for, and it is fantastic at cleaning up anything, really. There's just very small edge cases where I'm not interested in using it. And it's always, like, for the most part, different kinds of processing of the cuts that I'm doing. Like, if it's a really tough area to hit with this flat edge, I'll want to use stuff that can mold around it better. But then, like, for example, seam line removal, I actually kind of work through a suite of sticks for varying levels of grit too. Because, well, this is great. You do not have the same level of control as a varying amount of grits to work with. Great for initial processing though. I love this glass file to death. Okay, that should be pretty clean. This. This is mostly processed too. Then, let's see here, so this open end needs to face into that piece. Okay. So, it all comes together like this. And yeah, that's moving very nicely. It's not hardly as stiff as I would have thought for a moment there. So let's get the rest of the arm ready to go quick. And that little separating spacer disc, I'm not sure what color that's going to be. H, probably white, if I'm recalling. Yep. Here's H right here. Yeah, they're numbered the same too. Perfect. It's what I would have expected. So we've got those, and then P2, that's probably going to be like a darker color. Yeah, here's P, and here's 2. Yep, that's exactly it. Yeah, I don't think we're doing a lot of that darker red, almost maroon for the base body. It's mainly in the chest plate area. Might be like for her forearm extremities and like a lot of her lower leg beyond the thigh, but for now, we're just working with the suite of other colors included in this kit. It is coming together so beautifully though. Like, I really like Magatsuki, and I think she looks fantastic in this kit. Okay. And I hope the music change is alright. I have to be honest, I was starting to get a little tired of lo-fi. Just some chill jazz really goes a long way. Okay, so yeah, since I cut pretty close, I'm not expecting the filing to be too heavy. Just trying to even out where those cuts were more than anything else. Yeah, the base of the skin is going to be, I think, probably the most painful part of it. Because I just kind of cut straight along where the nubs met the actual arm piece. Or something that's meant to be rounded. That's never always the best, but especially when you're working around such sharp, rounded sides. I'd rather work down to them than cut into them. And I can see some light stress marking too, so it's not gonna be perfect. But it'll be good. Yeah, hopefully the arm ring kind of obfuscates some of that. Like, I'll try to hit it with a closer look at the camera in a moment here. Just kind of illustrate what I mean. Okay, so this is a very awkward cut. It's making sense. And then this goes into here. Oh, shoot. Yeah, this will be very obvious if I get it close to the camera here. So, I mean, the lighting kind of eats it up, but you can see around, like right here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that comes up perfectly, so. Yeah, some minor stress marking, and that's something I can try to process out a little more down the road, but I'm mainly looking to just put this all together first and foremost. Okay, so we're going to be dipping into the red pieces and also these blue pieces. I love these. I definitely can't use that nipper for it. Okay, D found. Oh. Let's fix that focus. Okay, so it's D710. 7. The heck? Okay, 710. Let's get those quick. Seven. That's 10. And then we're also looking at S13 and S9. So this might be a little tougher to get cleaned up in the way I want. We'll have to see. That's 13. This big bruiser of a nipper. Definitely putting in its work here. Actually, on inspection, those are fairly clean cuts. Yeah, the sides where the runner meets these pieces, those are going to be like nested in these actual arm pieces. So I'm not super concerned. Like I might actually just do that now. Oh, that doesn't feel like it's gonna stay in. And this one, I don't think this was for this side. Yeah, I had it right. This one here. Okay, that actually stays in pretty well. It'll probably stay in better too, once it's like all together. But just... Well, actually, that's staying in quite nice. So yeah, I can just set and forget. Okay, that... Yeah, there's some light stress marking. It is cut quite flush. This might just be a little bit of fingernail processing to call it good. Yeah, that is clean. That's one small cleanup spot right here. It's just enough nub left over. Yeah, with how smooth that was starting to move. No need to keep at it. That came together much better than I thought it would. So that goes there. Felt really loose for a second. And this goes here. Brilliant. Okay. I love how substantial this feels in my hands right now. It's a very neat assembly. And F10, hand joints, hand. I'll just do open hands for now. Let's see, F. Probably darker red. Yep. F10 right here. Okay, there's that. And then I think these are the hand joints. Yep. Oh, 1 and 2. Easy enough. And so this just goes together like this. Yeah, the way I cut it, there's really no need for any kind of processing. Just got it nice and down to the quick. And here. Yeah, I might need to do a little bit of cleanup here. Oh, just a slight amount of undergating here. Let's see if I can just trim that. It trimmed alright, but it'll need just a little bit of cleaning up. Okay, that's about as clean as I'm going to get it. And especially since that part is more going to slot against the wrist here, I'm not super concerned. Yeah, it just goes on like this. So yeah, the part that I was kind of fussing with is right here. I'm not super concerned at all. And then, let's see here, it should be the bigger hole, where the bigger side goes in here. And then, yeah, let's pick out a hand. Let's see here. The point is always fun. I do love a good point. This is the right arm, and I try to keep all of them right arm dominant in my head, since that's just so common. I'm a lefty myself, but it's like I can do a lot of stuff with my right hand too. I'm like an odd ambidextrous. Let's see. What's the difference between these points? Doesn't really seem like there is much difference. They're darn near the same. That's crazy. Let's just do wide open hand like this. A nice neutral hand. So this is where things get fun though, since this is so much softer. I think I'm gonna just take this to it first. Well, no. When I use a knife, my biggest problem is that it's hard to tell when I've cleaned up nub versus just cutting right into the actual meat of the hand or other very soft piece. So I'm always just a little nervous. But yeah, that actually cut very well. Like, there's just a small little outline where that nub was. I'm just seeing if I can fingernail it out. And I think it's mostly there. Yeah, I'm not gonna fight with that too much. So, we just pop this on here. And that's a right arm complete if I've ever seen one. Let's go ahead and just pop that in there. There we go. He's really coming together. I am so tickled. Like, she can almost lose the, like, sad face. He's starting to actually have bits and bobs. I'm just admiring this kid right now. Like, I really enjoy Magatsuki. Just everything is coming together so well. I really wish I would have done the base model of her regular scale kit, because the Houghton just feels too red for me. Like, I really like this darker, more maroon. It just feels like it fits so much better. And is a nice contrast from all this red. That's what the Houghton is all this. Alright. I need a quick sip of something good. Okay. So that's one arm down. On to the next. My sprues are revolting. Let's see. I'm gonna actually put some of these away. Yeah, like I just put her blades away, because that's not coming for a bit, I think. And that should minimize some of the sprue count on my desk here. Okay, so shoulder pieces. That's the lower part of her upper arm here. And that should be it for this runner for now. Yeah, I'm kind of just gonna cut all these pieces free, and then I'll consolidate a lot of the sprues on my countertop here. Wrist joint. Let's free up this other hand. And then arm separator piece. Let's see here. Should have the other arm. Maybe not. Okay, that can get set aside. Here, let's get the transparent highlight pieces cut out. Okay, that should be good. Here's the other arm. And then, let's see. I bet you that one runner set aside already. It's the other not. There's another F runner. Means I need this piece right here. So that's looking like everything. Let's see. Not everything. Hold the phone. I'm missing that elbow. That might have been on a runner I've consolidated already. Aha. There we go. Okay. So things are cleaning up pretty nice here. Just trying to make sure as I go that I am not leaving any plastic in the blade's path. Let's see, these are fairly clean already. These are fairly clean. Yeah, this is one of the nice things about working on a similar limb after doing a first one, is that you kind of know what to expect going into this one after taking your time with the first one. So it goes a lot faster, and I mean, you can really just kind of process everything in one go and assemble. Come on, you rough little side. Just kind of an awkward spot in general. Let's level out and file. Might help. That's probably the best that's gonna get. Here, there's one right here. It's probably best that's gonna be too. Cute. I am not interested in view botting Twitch bot. Okay, that's about as clean as that's going to get. This side. Okay. That's all cleaned up. Let's get these cool transparent parts in there. Oh, there's a slight nub mark going just outside, but it's a very small detail that kind of gets eaten up by these just finer, I guess, more detailed pieces. Okay. Just a little rounding of the shoulder here. And then this could do with a slight touch-up. Good. And then just working my way around that middle ring. Easy peasy. So, similar to before, a different side. So this is going to be her left shoulder. Okay. Separator. Ooh. These are fun runs. Yeah, switching to jazz was a good choice. I'm really vibing with the instrumentation, the general vibe. Vibing with the vibe, who would have thought? Okay, getting there. This arm came out a lot better than the previous one. Say that, but I'm actually starting to see some defects. Okay. And this should go on the outside. Inside. Outside. Oh, this is coming together so well. And now, yeah, this cut was a little less clean. So just minor little touch up. So gentle here. the softer plastic just holds. Okay, much less noticeable now. Pop this in here, and then you take the body and put that in there. Then you have both arms. Yeah, we're due for a face change. He's in a great spot. I think. Let's go with this one. Yeah, this body is coming together so nicely, so quickly. Let's see. Yeah. Wow, that's magnificent. That looks really good. Okay, legs, thighs. I'm gonna approach this a little differently this time around. I think I'm gonna work on both sides at the same time, since the whole body's coming together. I want to try to avoid just some off-sided symmetry here, or asymmetry. So let's see, let's assemble one thigh first, then we'll do the other, which should have very similar steps and pieces. These are gonna have the same number. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, that's the reason why I'm assembling a thigh at a time, because these all tend to have their own idea as to how they're meant to be put together with different pieces. So that's together. Oh, polycap. Okay, and then we have J13, J12. That's top two. Okay. Yeah, the base of the thigh where the polycap goes, these nubs don't matter all that much, but the one on the outside that was used to support it, those bug me to no end. And this one's very well trimmed, actually. This is more to just ensure it being smooth than anything else. Okay, Yeah, that cleaned up so nicely. And this one here... Wow, yeah, that's near unidentifiable. But it's just a little rough enough there. Okay. Yeah, this came together quite well. So... Oh, whoops. I have done this incorrectly. Let's see if I can work separator in there. Yeah, I don't want to be too aggressive because these softer skin-colored pieces could get easily wrecked by just being too hard. Okay, so this goes here. Yeah, I'll just nestle that there. And then polycap is right here. And then, yeah, just gotta close it up. What a fine thigh right here. This... Let's open up her longer hair for a moment. There we go. One down, one to go. Yeah, and I'm not as concerned about processing the inner working pieces as I am the outer. So at the end of the day, these just need to fit where they need to go. And it can be tight, like there's not a lot of tolerance in some areas, but I'm not necessarily messy with how I'm cutting these pieces out. So those are the inners. One. Oop. Attack of the skin sprue. And outers. That's a completely clean sprue right there. Nice. Let's see. Just set that aside for now. Okay. These were both trimmed quite nicely. Very minor filing. Yeah, very good there. Okay, so this needs to go together like this, and get popped in here like this. Volley cap, outer thigh, done. Yeah, I think she can even have a more neutral face. Yeah, so let's do a little tour of where we're at here with Magatsuki. So yeah, her hair is honestly like kind of the backbone to the current state of this kit here. Here, let me get that in focus. So yeah, the arms are very cool. I love this more mecha inspired armor on the lower forearm here. Like, it's just so cool. Such a neat touch for what is mostly very human form. I mean, the same can definitely be said about the other arm too. Wonder what she's holding. But yeah, I mean, especially with the advent of the thighs being introduced too, like, I mean, even the back view is looking a lot more complete now as well. Like, yeah, it's a little indecent, but, like, I mean, her body as a whole is really starting to come together, and it's great. I'm really happy with how this is turning out. And Magatsuki's just a peak design, truly. I adore this kit, adore this design. Let me neutralize her stance again. Yeah, there we go. So, definitely coming along well. And then, what's next here with the legs? Oh, this is the fun stuff. I mean, this is all fun, to be completely honest, but we still have a bit of the upper leg to finish up. And then we go in towards more the lower leg shin area with the more mechanized parts. So yeah, I'll do one then the other. I'll just kind of work my way down like that, I think, with the legs here. There is excellent opportunity to just show both of the legs coming together over time here. So we've got T, there's T8, this piece. And then N should be red. Yep. 8 and 9. Where are you? The middle piece is here. Yep, that's gonna fall out. And then N5. One of these, all of these. I love that the bows are universal and of uniform design, because they're really cute accessories when it all comes together. So let's just trim everything up, file everything up, and then assemble. I think that that's going to be the most comprehensive and enjoyable way to bring this part of the leg to life. Seems like my jazz and lo-fi are starting to become one and the same. I don't mind though, this is really nice. Okay. Yeah, so that was pretty minor cleanup. This one should be fairly similar. I am paying a little more attention to it though, because the piece where the runner's attached, this is very much in view. It's like the top part of like thigh highs, kind of. So I want it to just look very nice. The top, that can be disregarded. Those are going to be tricky spots actually to file. Hit the bases. This. Then I think we're going straight into these more flexible ones for the edges. Because yeah, this isn't a perfectly flat outside. It's kind of concave. Okay, that's... such a rough little spot. almost there. In the butt. Okay, that's probably the best it's gonna get. We'll be doing some finishing buffing with these other two grits. Yeah, these are probably my favorite, like, darn near throwaway kind of sanding tools. These flexible foam, steady sanders. Yeah, that's about as clean as that piece is gonna get. And we're back to doing the same thing with this piece. I actually just want to make sure. Yep, it's the one I processed. This one's fresh. Okay, that's about where it can be. It's still not a perfect solution, but just gotta be a country girl sometimes, you gotta make do. Okay. This one. It's two. And that's three. So just a little t-shirt polish to completely finish it off. And then this guy right here. How's this one looking? Those cuts were so clean, my fingernail did all the work on it just now. That's awesome. Okay, so assembly time. So the big wide end needs to be capped off by the empty side. And then the open side will go on the small hole end. And then the bow neatly backs into here. And then that's the back side of this. Beautiful. This here is probably my favorite detail of the kit, if I'm being completely honest. Then when everything is said and done, that just goes right here. Yeah, you can see what I mean now with the rim of that top assembly kind of acting like the top of a thigh high. Like that. It's fantastic. It's such a great small detail. Now, yeah, close up the hair again. Oh, Magatsuki, looking fantastic. Let's get your other thigh high taken care of now. Yeah, so I'm gonna see if I can cut a little closer on those ones. Save myself from that sanding excursion. It's not that I mind it too, of course. It's more just very tedious in how you get there. There's still plenty of leg to work on. Okay, top piece. Bottom piece. Okay, that's a clean nipper. Had to double check that for a moment. Yeah. Really get in there. Oh, that's so clean. Yeah, that's all fingernail buffing. That's gonna be very easy. Now I just need to do the same right here. Very deliberate and intentional cuts. Yeah, that should fingernail out just fine. Okay, then the bow. Okay. Taking care. Yeah, all this filing is never mandatory, but it's just a personal preference to make sure it comes out as great as it can. These are kits that absolutely deserve it. I adore these Grande scales. Let's see. If I could trim this excess away. Actually, this would be the time to use a blade. I'm being so careful. I've lanced the heck out of my fingers with these. Okay, oh, that, yeah. That's much cleaner with a blade. Yeah, with the precision required on these, I'm not really showing it on screen much because I have to get really close myself when I'm looking at this. And being nearsighted, like I'm peeking over my glasses and everything. That's just how important it is for me to getting that close. Oops. Not the cleanest cut there, no. But it's fingernail buffing out enough. Okay. Those actually went well enough. So now, let's get this all put together. Oops. Wrong side. Didn't realize I had the holy piece in my fingers. Come on, buddy. There we go. And then the bow. This one was a little rougher than that first one, but like marginally. My fingernail's doing great work here. And I don't think I actually hit these little nub marks with my file on the lower part. So just cleaning that up a little bit. There we go. Now we just assemble. Attach. Carefully, purposefully. There we go. Would you look at that? Yeah, these legs are coming along great. Loving how this is turning out. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, so now we're on the knee and lower legs. I recognize this assembly without even really thinking about it. So, I'm just gonna quickly put this together. Okay, that's one knee. Okay, and I think this will be best buffed all in one go. So I'll just assemble after cutting it apart like that, and then we'll worry about cleaning up after that. Okay, this feels a little funny. Yeah, it's wrong side. Before I actually do this one, let's just clean up this mark. Once that's in place, it gets really tough to get to that. Okay, now we're cooking. Okay, so, yeah, there's a little mark here. On the side right here. See, yeah, that's as even as that'll get. There's some slight blemishes. It's a very gentle one right here. Then towards the base of it right here. It's very likely that the lower legs will cover this up, but still, it's worth a shot. Try to clean it up just a little bit more. Yeah, so not the best cuts on my part, but all the same, pretty well processed otherwise. Let's get that other one going. Okay. And I'll just hit that spot immediately again, like before. Maybe I'll try to file everything first before assembling this time. Like, it feels like all of those would have had a better chance of going away if I just focused on them first. Okay. So yeah, let's just do the cleanup before assembly this time. I thought it would make more sense and ultimately be better, but maybe not. I feel like this song's a repeat from before. These runs are very familiar. Still just as fun to listen to, but I should maybe consider switching up the music a little bit. Okay, let's do that first. Let's do... retro. Ooh. I'm into this already. The bass and the electric guitar are fun. Yeah, once I've got this assembled too, I kind of want to do a side-by-side comparison. So, processed individually, processed all at once. And it's a minuscule difference, in complete honesty. It's a little bit better on the one that I processed individually, but like, all the details are small enough to where I'm not concerned. Okay, let's get that mouse out of the way again. Okay, so now... D... This looks like a D. It is a D. So D1 and 11. Boom. Boom. Okay, with the size of the piece, I think I saw some stress marks on that last hanging nub. That's unfortunate. But it's also in a pretty inconsequential spot. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to deal with that. That'll need a little bit of filing. Okay. One side done. Okay. Oh, it's a really awkward spot for class file. Let's see. Yeah, all these nub spots are kind of challenges in their own right, unfortunately. Just gotta be deliberate and careful. Okay, that's one. Really hope I'm not scuffing this area beyond just the nub. Yeah, it's not awful. Just need to really focus on that one spot now. Okay, that's honestly about as clean as I'm going to be able to get it. That's pretty decent. Got this part earlier. There's one right here. Ooh. Retro means chiptune, I guess. Not bad. Take it. Okay, I think that's about as cleaned up as it's gonna get. So, first one here. It's gonna be actual interfacing piece on the outside. Inner piece right here. Look at that. Yeah, Durga has a very similar setup. And I love it. I adore it. This is fantastic. So let's do the same thing for the other side now. Just to keep things uniform. Yeah. I'm gonna try cutting these pieces out a little bit differently. Just gonna go one at a time. Because that stress mark did end up biting me in the butt. Okay. Okay, yeah, there's gonna be very little filing on this now, I think. Everything just kind of fell in line real nice. Almost taken care of. Much cleaner than the first time around, too. Yeah, it's about as clean as that's gonna get. Just a little evening out here. Light filing here. And then somewhere up here, yep, here. There we go. Okay. So this will probably be opposite, because we have the long through piece on the outside. So we likely want to have the same over here. And then pop that together like this. Brilliant. Yeah, these came together exactly as I would expect. And through pieces are likely going to remain on the outside. So left and, or right and left. It's okay. I'm just getting the whole box quick. These are probably going to be, yep, 2 dedicated runners. And S. Okay, a little more see-through piecage, very awesome. So K6 and 8. 6 on the outside, 8 on the inside, it looks like. So outside. Inside. A 6. Both of these are 6. Awesome. Ooh. I need to be careful with that nipper. That has no business doing these pieces. Okay, so since I've already got this in hand, let's just use it to trim this up. And then here along this edge. Okay. I just need to clean this up a little bit. Yeah, there's some gentle cracking where the nubs went. That's a little unfortunate, but I don't think there's an easy way to cut transparent pieces, period. Yeah, so this is also another one of those looking over the eyeglasses kind of situations for me, so I do apologize for doing most of this off of the camera. Okay. That's as clean as that's going to get now. And then these pieces, I think if I cut them well enough, I won't need to do any processing. They're white pieces too, so like, they really can't betray you much. Whoops. One more nub before I get excited and try to slot it in. There we go. Yeah, everything I'm cutting too is just on the inside of this piece. So yeah, that went in well. Let's clean this up now. like a glove. This piece. Easy application. Yeah, that's looking so cool. Okay. F3, K1, K5. So 1 and 5. Here's 5. There's another K somewhere. Okay. Yeah, let's just go ahead and focus on this piece first. Okay, so that'll need a little bit of buffing, but that's very clean otherwise. F3K5. F is one of the maroon runners. Yep, 3. Okay, there's that. The other case. The blades that I banished a while back. I'm just gonna free up the other one quick too while I've got it fresh in mind, because those are not going to be used for a while otherwise. I'll just set you up there for now. Okay. There's the plug. And the kneecap. Okay. So these should be pretty easy. Just shore up quick and attach. Ooh. Song's fun. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I may as well check the filing on the little plug section here too. So that is going to be rather outward facing. It is very hard to catch with the naked eye though. Yeah, white is a blessing and curse, honestly. Okay, so this attaches here. And then this piece, which absolutely needs a little bit of buffing, that's right. completes that little shin guard. Yeah, running that along the lengths really got that where that needed to be. So, faces downwards, slots into that opening. There. Gosh, that's so cool. I love these assemblies. I can't wait for Durga's, because Durga's is very pretty too. I really like the red accents that she has, with like the gold pieces where these are, and then the purple. Yeah, Durga's like aesthetically one of my favorite kit. Okay, so got this done. Suppose it wouldn't hurt to get the other leg taken care of. So where did my nipper go? What a way to lose such a critical tool. Oh. Opposite side. Okay, so 6 outside. 8 inside. Yeah, let's just set that aside for now. Outside. Inside. Kneecap plug. And shin? Yeah, shin completion. With shin cool piece. Okay, so I've got all those pieces ready. I'm feeling a need to step away for a moment though, so what I'm gonna do is just throw out "be right back," and I will be right back. Alright, I am back. So yeah, let's finish up this other leg, shall we? Let's see here. Let's focus on this piece first. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna try to actually cut along the direction of this piece now. Should make cleanup just a little smoother. Okay. Okay, so that's this piece right here. And let's just finish this up before we move on. Likely just need a few small passes on these cuts. They were very flush with it. And then... boom! All good there. Now... just these outer pieces. Those mixed up. At least it's obvious when you do that. It could be a lot worse. Okay, that's the plug. Gotta free up this piece too. Okay, so that's pretty clean. I'm genuinely just running this along, try to catch anything. Okay, plugs in place. Attached to the leg. There we go. Nice and easy. That's 2 sets of legs right there. Now we're on to another fun part, the feet. So this will be G and K and F. I've got 2 Fs right here. Wait, that's D, not the other F. Here's the other F. G. Yep, found the G. And then K is peace. Perfect, okay. So let's just take them both step by step here. So G3, this piece here, needs to marry with a white piece, so that'll be pretty quick. E3. Another G3. Slightly out of focus camera. Let me fix that. And K11 should be, yep, this piece here. Okay, so now just gotta clean these up a little bit and get them stuck together. These nubs are a little bit of a pain in the butt. That's mainly because they're on completely rounded surfaces. So just want to try to clean them out. Even them out just a little bit. Okay, so little pressure dots there. That's a little annoying. And then here, hardly any signs. Yeah, that'll be more than clean enough there. So, could be as easy as that. Yep, it's looking great. fingernail buffing is always a godsend. Wow, that cleaned that up perfectly. This side will need just a little bit of filing, but overall, very clean. There we go. Now G6. The toes. This one. And 2. There we go. Okay, that's 2 feet. And now we're mainly cleaning up the soles and then adding the ankles. So it's going to be 412, 12, and 4. Right here. That's a cool shoe. It's like a loafer kind of in design. Yeah, I like that a lot actually. That's a really neat look. And now just need to wrap up this last one here. Song almost started like Titanic. Or the My Heart Will Go On song. I think we've gotten to the point of it looping though again. There we go. Do number 2. Done. So now F and G. So since G is universal, that G15 is going to be shared for both. Yep, another G15 right here. And then F16, 14. That's really easy. I'm gonna be a little careful. Yeah, I'm gonna guess that the other set of 2 is going to go towards like more robotic looking boots, mecha boots. Okay, that's one cleaned up. Oh, we're getting there. It's so close I can taste it. I'm just excited to get her to stand, honestly. She's been lying there comfortable this whole time. But she is truly a hop and skip away from standing here. Okay, that should be pretty straightforward and simple now. So, yep, this goes in here. And then it plugs in here. Even out the back against each other there. And then this just goes in here. Sticking quite nicely. And this would go in here. That's 1 foot all set. And then, yeah, I'll even out the backs against themselves. So now I want to switch it up to be this side. Yeah, that's fairly cleaned up. And this goes in here. And goes in here. I hope I didn't like get these swapped at all at any point. You know what's funny? I think I did. Yep. So the feet should be in opposite legs here, with the way I have them built. It's not something you would immediately notice, but it's one of those that definitely jumps out at me in particular, being the one putting this together. Okay, so now this, let's get your hair out of the way. Arms too. Okay, so this leg slots in here. This leg slots in here. And there we are. That's the base body Magatsuki in all of her glory. Very cool kit so far. I've really enjoyed every step of this. And we just gotta armor her out now. Yeah, look at that. She's standing perfectly on her own. Oh, that's so great. Definitely an interesting view you all are getting, but yeah, I mean, this is how substantial a Grande kit is in size. Like, it's just, it's brilliant. I truly love just how large these can be. And like, there's no skimping of detail at all. Like, this is very purposefully built. And it's only gonna get even cooler as I get some proper armor on her too. But yeah, so I think might be time to wrap streaming for now. I'll definitely be continuing to build her out more. I want to get it all on camera so I can turn it into some videos and whatnot, so yeah, thanks for all coming by. I will catch you all again soon. Bye-bye. Bye.